Whew. Alright, I think I am live now. Hopefully I'm live. Yes, I am live now. Let's make sure everything's good and good. I wanted to be on a little bit earlier, but yeah, we all can't make everything plan out the way it should be, right? All right, so welcome to the debate stream that I'm doing. There's like 1,000 other debate streams. Below me are the rules. I'm gonna go ahead and blow up the rules now. So basically, the drinking rules for tonight is cackling, eye rolling, Trump saying that's what I've heard, or Kamala saying that's what I've heard, or saying that's what they say, saying best or worst between best president, best economy, all that other stuff, best and worst, them interrupting each other, saying excuse me or I'm speaking, which they're going to have closed mics, but probably still kind of get in a few words. Mentioning the VPs, talking about taking each other's ideas, borders are, and arguing with the moderators. So that's going to be just some of the few ones. You'll hear a ding. I don't know how loud it is on the other end, but you hear that. And I'll also say drink too, because I'll be drinking with you guys. Just real quick, everything I say is basically my opinion alone. I don't have a fact sheet thing, so you'll see me nodding, you'll see me shaking my head, all that other stuff. Just everything is my opinion, so take it with a grain of salt. I'm not telling you how to vote or who to vote for. That's all on you. Tonight's just about having fun, having drinks, and hearing what these guys got to say. Also, too, don't overdo it. Anybody drinking, if it's alcohol or just water, especially if it's alcohol, don't overdo it. Make sure you're drinking water, stay hydrated, and then, let's have fun. It's got about 2 minutes before it actually starts. I'm just trying to get a few things more dialed in. So we will get that going. And then I'm trying to switch over, get this done. Just make sure. I'm just making sure all my stuff is connected. That's not good. All right, let's get off this screen. Let's go over to the debate screen. I'll go ahead and open up the window as soon as it comes in. I'm just doing some last minute checks, so forgive me. Okay, let me just put this up here. It's not going to stay. Alright, so it looks like we got about 40 seconds left to go. And why isn't my chat connecting? Okay. All right, let's turn this on. Let's give it the sound.
Their first face-to-face.
A historic race for
Come on.
president up and withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up
there we
against
go.
a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special, the most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris,
Together, we will charge a new way forward.
Donald Trump,
We will soon be a great nation again.
face to face, historic.
Ooh, it's gonna be good.
The ABC
And
News presidential debate. Here now,
I need my beer.
David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their
I'm just gonna have
campaigns
to pop
on
that
Election
out.
Day, now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have
sure
2
they
minutes
have.
to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution
course not.
Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris led the podium to the
We're
right.
going big
So
tonight.
let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Are they both coming out at the same time? Oh. Wow, I thought they'd introduce them one at a time.
Let's have a good debate. Thank you.
Oh, wow, they actually shook
Welcome
hands.
to you both. It's wonderful
Damn.
to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight
they're
with
going
the
right
issue
into
that
it.
voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better
Are they
off
gonna
than they were 4
are they gonna
years ago?
say they got the worst economy, or are they gonna say they got the best
middle-class
economy?
kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America.
Oh, that's
I
bullshit.
believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children.
Yeah, just can't buy
My
food or gas or
passion,
anything
one
like
of them
that.
is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really
Does that
known
count
a
as
country
worst?
buster.
Saying
It breaks
worst?
up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before.
You know, I'm gonna count it 'cause I
Probably
actually
the
just wanna
worst in
take a
our
drink.
nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans.
Yeah, I didn't wanna
and
put,
Hispanics, and also
them talking about the
Unions are gonna be
border,
affected very soon. And you see what's happening.
like
You see
immigration and
what's
stuff like
happening with
that,
towns
'cause I
throughout
know
the
that it's
United
just gonna
States.
be
You look
a
at
disaster.
Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're
gotta have my
dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality.
board right here so
We
I can
have to
push the
get 'em
button in
out. We
case
have to get 'em
in case
out
there's a
fast.
drink
I
of.
created one of the greatest economies in the history.
Oh,
of
I'm
our
gonna count
country.
that.
I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment
worst.
since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst
Oh, gosh
attack
damn.
on
Come on,
our
Kamala.
democracy since the Civil War. And what we have
Holy
done
crap.
is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to
I
tell
like
you
the
on
fact
this
that they
debate tonight,
they don't say
you're gonna
like
hear
it
from
left
the
off during the
same
middle of
old
the
tired
pandemic.
playbook. A bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025
Oh,
that
shit.
the former president
Oh, I
intends on
should have put
implementing
that in
if he
there,
were
damn it.
elected again.
Oh, that's
I
another
believe
thing they're
very
gonna just keep
strongly
bringing up is that
the
Project
American people
2025.
want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was
Let's see if that
not
comes
since
up.
1917,
Okay,
where
that
100
does come
million
in.
people
Okay.
died. Has there been anything like it? We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in.
Is he gonna come in and
Nobody's
say
ever seen
either
anything
great or
like it.
worst?
We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So, Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic
He does have a
it's
plan.
all
If you go to
about
his
tax
website, he's
breaks
got a
for the
full
richest people.
breakdown of it.
I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan
Okay, I don't know what the Wharton
would
School is.
actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at
Shit, we're
where
almost
we
damn near
are
at
and
a
where we
recession.
stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. I gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth.
I'm not
our
gonna count that
value as
one.
a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work. And,
I'm gonna skip
create
that one.
jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan,
Oh.
and it's like 4
Copying,
sentences.
I did. Oh, I'm gonna
like
count that
run,
one.
Spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr.
I know I
President,
put
do
down
wanna drill
copying
down on
each other's
something
plan,
you
but
brought up. The
taking
Vice President
plans
brought
from
up
somebody
your
else, that's-
Tariffs, you responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family.
Well, he's
nearly
gonna bring up that they're
$4,000 a
gonna
year.
start
Do you
opening
believe Americans
drilling.
can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time.
Yeah, I
People
think
can't go
inflation
out
was
and
at
buy
like
cereal or
9.5%.
bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars.
I'm gonna count that as an eye roll.
Deal with China. What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump.
I'm kind of wondering what the rest of
They
that.
bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got
copying
elected,
ideas.
she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics. and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country,
The hell's
and
she
when you
doing?
look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that
I kind of forgot what the question was.
They hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times.
Well, yeah, he's going to leave it up to the
Why
states.
should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick,
Sorry, I just got to look at my little cheat sheet for my
because he is
my
really out of it. But
drinking
her vice
rules.
presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely
And
fine.
if I do happen
He
to
also said
miss something, just type in
execution
chat,
after
drink.
birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years, they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response.
That's not what he said.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse
So because
to
the
provide
state
healthcare in one
chose
state,
to do
it
that,
provides
it's
prison
automatic.
for life.
Trump, oh, that's right, because everything's
Trump
Trump's fault.
abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot? She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12
She has a
or
miscarriage
13-year-old
that has nothing
survivor
to
of
do with an
incest
abortion.
being forced to carry a pregnancy to term? They don't want that. And I pledge to you.
Oh, he wants to
when
say so
Congress
bad.
passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected,
I thought that
he
was
will
the
sign a
Supreme Court
national
that did that.
abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor.
Oh, I
that would be
should have
monitoring
thrown
your
that in the rules.
pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look,
Oh,
her boss
shit.
went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said
Oh,
that you
and
would
brought up the
veto
VP.
if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country?
I have no idea what
Working
IVF
people,
treatment
women
is, so I'm not even going to
who
comment on
are
that.
working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond.
excuse me.
Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF.
Oh,
I have
okay,
been
so
a
that's what
leader.
that is.
In fact, when they got
So why
a
would you have
very
to get on a
negative
bus to
decision
go-
on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature.
Like I said,
2
I have
days later,
no
voted
idea
it in.
what
I've been
that
a
is,
leader
so-
on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF, and the other thing, you should ask.
I'm gonna have to fill my beer
Will
up.
she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her
Why-
that
why
question?
don't you
That's
answer
the
the
problem.
question, would you
Because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question,
you
would you
could,
veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
There
We're gonna
was an
turn now
actual
to
video
immigration and border
with-
security.
about
We know
that.
it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President
All right,
Harris,
time to fill up
you
my
were
beer.
tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported.
Is he gonna call her the borders are?
And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching
And it would
tonight
have sent
who've
money
been
over
personally
to
affected
other
by the
countries,
surge
a lot
of
more.
fentanyl in our country.
That's why that bill was like
would have put
400 plus
more resources
pages.
to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem.
Well, they came out and said that
understand,
there was
this comes at a time
they named
where
it the border
people
bill,
of
but
our
there was
country
more
actually
crap
need
involved.
a leader who engages in
More crap involved in
solutions,
other
who
stuff
actually
than what the
addresses
border was. The border
problems
was like
at
the
hand.
last.
But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to
The
run
last
on a
item on that
problem
bill.
instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something. He's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject.
That's
that
why
is
when they
being
do
raised.
bills, it should
And
only
I'm gonna
be
actually do something really
on that
unusual, and
topic.
I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start
never heard that
leaving
one.
his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell
Oh,
you, the one
there's
thing
an
you
eye
will
roll.
not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave.
What
my
the hell's
rallies.
this whole
We have the
chin
biggest
thing?
rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation, and it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another
Come on,
subject.
Trump, answer the question.
What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
I'm gonna count that
of
as
the
an eye roll.
people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't
come on,
have a
Trump, you're
chance
taking
of
too much
success.
time on this
Not
crap.
only success will end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and
Yep, they're just gonna
ABC News did
bypass
reach
it.
out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this-
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
The people on
this is a
television say
clear-
my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But the
television.
people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
I heard it was a
Again,
cat, but
Springfield.
You talk about extreme.
oh, that's a cackle.
You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formally worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz
Ugh.
Cheney.
That's a bad
And
list to
if you
be
want to
naming.
really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond
Yeah.
here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously.
Yeah, that's
They did
true.
Bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write
Why
books
is
that
Kamala's
nobody else
eyes so
can.
glazed over?
But they have done such a poor job.
She
and they
might have drank
never
more than we
fire
have.
Anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president, in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow.
I'm
And
not
I
gonna
think
count
they
that one.
probably did it
I
'cause
wanna
they think
count
they're
that one
gonna
'cause I
get
wanna take a
votes.
drink, damn
But
it.
it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, Crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is
Yep,
through
I'm
the
gonna count
roof.
that as an
And we
eye
have
roll.
a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you the-
they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond. Vice President.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming
Yeah,
from someone who
It's
has
a little
been
bit of a cackle.
prosecuted
I'm going to count it.
for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear.
Oh, there's an eye
where
roll.
each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement.
Man, I'm gonna have to
The
fill
former
up again.
Vice President called for
Oh,
defunding
Vice President.
federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for.
Why does she
Address
sound like
what
she's
we
giving a
must do to
speech
support
instead
our
of doing
small
a debate?
businesses. Address bringing down the price of
Oh,
groceries.
eye roll.
But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases
excuse me.
was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're
President Trump.
fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled
shit.
that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize
jeez.
the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly
He also said in
expressed
2016,
disdain
yeah,
for
that he would
members
put
of our
Hillary in
military.
jail. And
Understand
didn't do
what
that.
it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president,
We gotta
This is the
continue.
one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a
President
fake
Trump.
Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Oh, he's
Vice
getting
President Harris,
pissed.
in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation
So she can do
Reduction
stuff
Act,
as the vice
which
president,
opened new
but she can't
leases
do
for
anything
fracking.
until she becomes president.
My
What?
position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in
Gas
history
prices?
because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother
She said that like
who
4 times already.
worked and saved and was able
Except
to
for
buy
the mother
our first
part.
home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and
Wait,
children
what does that have
from
to do
violent
with
crime
building
is
homes?
based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable.
What the
My
hell is she
work
talking
that is
about?
about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done.
Dude, she's falling
protecting
way off
seniors
script.
from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
What
President
the fuck
Trump
is
will-
she
First of all,
talking
I wasn't
about?
given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the
Oh,
police.
that's kind of an
she's
eye
been
roll.
against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went
Yep,
out...
I'm gonna call
wait,
that another
I'm
eye roll.
talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out...
Wait a minute. Where is it?
in Minnesota and wanted to let
Damn,
criminals that killed
got 'em.
people, that burned down Minneapolis. She went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day 1. Just to finish one thing, it's so
Damn.
important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever
See, I
done
don't know what
before.
fracking is, so.
When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline.
Shit, they're still
So they
expensive.
said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar. But they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we
They do.
have a
They do.
that we have to get to. We're
She
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to
Oh,
march to the
don't talk
Capitol.
about
You
this
said you would
shit.
be right there with them.
No.
The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar,
Stop
remember
going back
that?
to the...
She
Oh,
was the
border czar.
She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, "Oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet." That's because she knows.
That's
what a
like
bad
3
job
drinks
they've
right
done.
there. Holy shit.
What about those people?
Nope,
When
there's
are
an
they
eye
gonna
roll.
be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David? When are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle.
I think he should stop
When are those
talking.
people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack
I'm going to call that an eye
our
roll.
nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And
What?
understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki
Oh,
torches,
God.
spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
Gosh damn,
Let's
dude. They
remember
went through
that
and said
when it
that
came
that
to the
was
Proud Boys
not
and
true.
militia,
Well, he
the
did say
president
that,
said-
but
the
there
former
was...
president said,
He
"Stand
said
back and
he
stand
completely
by."
condemns
So
all the
for
other things.
everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was,
Oh, my gosh.
I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is
Oh,
about
God.
attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this
Holy
election is not to
shit.
his liking.
She's like
Let's
literally
turn the
taken from
page on
Biden's
this.
playbook.
Let's not go back. Let's
Watch,
chart a
yeah,
course
watch the
for the
speech
future
where he
and
gave.
not
He was
go
talking about the
backwards to
auto
the past.
industry. You
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed
No,
our
it was
energy
the-
business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on
The
Charlottesville,
car industry.
that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through?
Oh,
on the
stop
southern
talking
border? How
about
come
the
she's not
fucking
doing
border,
it?
dude.
And I'll tell you what I would do.
This is the
and
thing
I
that
would be
pisses
very
me off
proud
with
to
Trump,
do it.
dude. It's like,
I would say we would both
focus
lead
on
this
everything.
debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to...
That's an
'cause
arrow.
It's been so bad. It's so ridiculous.
Oh.
Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill...
Yeah,
that the
she's trying
border
not to
is
laugh.
closed, all he
Holy
has to do is
shit.
say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people,
I wanna-
unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look,
I always take his shit out of
there's so much
content.
proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican.
judge looked at it.
And said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter. Because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose.
He didn't
the
say he
election,
didn't say it. He just
that was
didn't
won
say it
by
the way
President
he
Biden,
put it.
And yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that.
Yep, that's
and
an arrow.
clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States
Yeah, but
who
everybody wants him back now.
attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States. And world leaders are laughing.
No, she
at Donald
hasn't.
Trump.
There's a video where
I
she
have
says
talked
she's never
with
been to Europe.
military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election. It leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders.
Oh, I thought he was going to say,
Viktor
excuse me.
Orban, one of the most respected men. They call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream
I think that's
2
an eye roll.
pipeline,
I'm going to count that as an
and
eye roll.
Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over
Yeah, I'm
Europe and heading into Germany. The biggest
trying
pipeline
to stay
in the
focused. So
world.
if I happen to miss something,
Viktor
just
Orban said it.
let me know.
He said the most respected, most
type
feared
drink in the
person is
chat.
Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes.
I'm gonna count that
He
as
got
an eye roll.
14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm okay
President,
with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always,
I'm going to count that as an eye roll.
I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people. When you
Why does it look like Kamala's got notes?
What's going on over there?
She's not supposed to have notes, but yet she's flipping the page.
Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel.
Yep.
At the same
Count that
time,
as an
in her
arrow.
own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people,
What
Israel. Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for
Well, didn't they give
Hamas
them
or
like
Hezbollah
9 million
any
or
of the
9 billion
28
or something like that?
spheres of terror, and they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that
right.
money around.
I thought they were going to take a break, but I'm going to run to the restroom because I've drank too much. So if they do something that falls within the rules, just type in drink and then I'll come back and drink. So I'll be right back.
If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it. That's weak
All right.
on national security.
I don't know
by
what I missed, but
allowing
I'm just going to go ahead and
every
just
nation
finish the rest of this
for
just
the
to make
year,
up for it.
168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic.
Oh, now they go to break? Are you
presidential debate
fucking
from the
serious?
National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate.
Oh, that's some
will
bullshit.
continue after this.
All right. That sucks.
It was a regular day for 19-year-old Melissa Witt.
She went to meet her mom at a bowling church league, but she never makes it into the bowling alley. My gut knew.
All right, I'm
This
just
was
gonna go ahead
not
and,
a young girl who just ran away. New information.
Turn that off.
Detectives who
So you guys enjoying this so far, or? I'm trying. This is something different for me. I've been nervous all fucking day for doing this stream. And I got my phone up. I'm trying to make sure. I'm trying to. Yeah. Anyways. Oh. All right. Damn it. I need like a cup holder. Let me check, see if I've got anything. Alright, let me put this over here. So yeah, this is kind of interesting. Oh, and by the way, I don't normally wear glasses. These are like blue blockers. For some reason, I think I got something in my eye. And my eye's all like super red right now. So I don't know how long they take a break for. I just gotta check a few things real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Yep. Ugh. All right. So, anyways, so this, yeah, this debate's been kind of interesting. Where's my remote? Oh, yeah, they're still in like a commercial break, so I'm just, I don't want to advertise any of this shit. So, anyways, oh. I wish there was like a countdown to when they go back live, but I think they got like another hour of the debate. Oop, I think they're going back. Hold on. Let me turn that back on.
Davis.
There we
Welcome
go.
back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight.
All
We're going
right.
to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for
I'm gonna count that as an eye roll.
$250 billion or more, because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. they're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening.
That's a cackle.
We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I
Yeah, that
saw
is the one thing
Putin
about
after
Trump,
I
though. He
left,
does not like war.
Unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify
Damn.
the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing?
I think what Trump's trying to say is there is no winners in
First
war.
of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Oh.
I believe the
Big
reason that Donald Trump
woo.
says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand.
It's
what
not our
happened
war.
here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support,
Why not try
because
to
of the air defense, the
stop it?
ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump
Come on,
were
Trump,
president,
Trump,
Putin
say-
would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military
Ukraine
alliance
is
the world
not
has
part
ever
of
known, which is
NATO.
And what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight.
Oh, come on.
Afghanistan
Come
came
on.
up in the last
No,
hour.
let him
I wanted to
respond.
to something
Let
you
him
said earlier,
respond.
and I'll-
Don't.
Please.
Let
I'll
him
give you a minute
respond.
here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting
Taking
in
that as a
Moscow,
drink.
much
Oh.
happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started.
Oh, I
She
should have
was the
put stupid
emissary.
in.
They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fella. And that is another one.
Bunch of
When
lies.
I went to meet
You've been
with
laying your
President
ass off the
Zelensky,
whole
I met with
fucking
him over 5
time.
times. The reality is, it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander-in-Chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine.
And the
Vladimir
Oscar
Putin.
goes
I do want
to-
to talk about Afghanistan. It
Bam.
came up in the first hour of this debate. I wanted to move on to Afghanistan.
Oh, I heard,
Said
excuse
Trump
me.
did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Yeah, he
Thank
told him,
you. I
he
wanted
said,
to
I'm
move
out, dude, if you guys
It came up in the
don't
first
pay
hour
your
of the
share.
debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to
That's
where
why they
we
got
are.
a bunch of
Donald Trump, when he
soldiers
was
outside of
president,
Poland.
Negotiated
That one I do
of
know.
the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 terrorists, Taliban terrorists, released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has
He's got so
consistently
much to say.
disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the
Yeah,
negotiations
thank
with
you.
the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul was the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind.
Well, yeah, because we trained them, and they didn't want to defend themselves.
$85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish,
bullshit.
They blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most
moderators doesn't want to hear
embarrassing
it,
moment in the history
hear
of our
the
country.
truth.
And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago. But she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care.
Thank you.
You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm
I
asking.
don't know. I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of
Here comes all the
that is just
Istafo
constantly
statements.
trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings.
What?
And he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this. Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that,
dude, I don't know anybody that talks like that.
Color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world.
I'm going to count that
and
as
I'm gonna
best.
build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had.
Oh, worst.
A horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism
I doubt that.
about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses.
Oh, I
which
thought
is
she was
why
going to give
I
the
have a plan.
burden
Let's
fucking
talk
speech.
about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan
No, you don't.
to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their
That's it?
ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development.
What about all the single people?
That is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation I believe,
Really?
David, that people really
'Cause I
want tonight.
honestly
as opposed
just
to a
got an email
conversation
saying
is
that some house
constantly
just got
about belittling and
decreased down to
name-calling.
$2 million
Let's
bucks.
turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris.
forward.
I can't afford a
Let's turn
$2
to
million
policy.
house.
We have to move on.
Be
President
nice, but no.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to
I'm gonna count that as an eye roll.
everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay. Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump.
president has
No,
said
I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I
going
just
to
need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this is
multiple
now
times.
your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and
They
replace
just
the
shut her
Affordable Care Act,
down.
also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now
I think
say
she's
you're
playing
gonna keep
tic-tac-toe on her
Obamacare,
sheet.
Quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up, they wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid
Oh,
of them. But let me
shit.
just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as
Oh,
good as it can
shit.
be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be
Oh,
great,
that's
and
an
it's
eye roll.
too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have.
Yeah, unfortunately,
to do
everything's
that.
got to go
And
through
you'll
the
be
House
hearing
and the
about
Senate.
it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners.
Oh,
We're not taking anybody's
VP.
guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand.
That's
just
bullshit.
look at the
She
history
said,
and where people
buyback
stand.
program.
When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged
Oh, God.
as being you don't like him, you said at the time, because he
Stop
got
whining.
caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked
Stop
onto
whining.
the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully,
Diabetes.
as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it,
Vice
pass his
President
prologue
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a
She
lot
made a
of...
mistake. At number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been
climate change.
the
It gets
victim
really
of
cold
what
in the
that
winter
means in terms
and
of
really hot in
losing
the
their
summer.
home, having nowhere to
Climate
go.
change.
We know that
Boom.
we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue.
No, they don't.
And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean
What a
energy
waste.
economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic
No, they
levels.
didn't.
We
Oh,
have created
oh, no.
over
They made it
800,000 new
expensive.
manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump
I'm gonna
said
say-
he was going to create
Where's it?
manufacturing
Where's the
jobs. He
button?
lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're
China.
building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from
Oh,
both of our
shit.
candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Oh, sweet. I gotta go pee. Oh, shit. I'll put that there. And I'll put that
The
there. Let it
ABC
settle.
News presidential debate
I'll
will
be
continue
right
after
back.
this.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute this because I know it's gonna go to a commercial, and turn that off. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, cool. My beer kind of settled a little bit. Finish pouring the rest of this. Woo. Oh, work is gonna suck tomorrow. All right. Let's open that back up.
America's #1
Cool.
news.
I think.
Get ready, America. Every Friday.
Yeah.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have.
All right.
The right stuff to buy right now. I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes.
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
This is Impact by Nightline.
Are you kidding me?
My sense was that
Oh,
everybody
shit.
around him was afraid of him.
Brittany describes having a secret abortion
What?
not even her family knew about.
what's going on with Kate.
What is the relationship like between Harry and William today?
What did people start to say?
You look great. Are you on Ozempic?
I told the kids, I said, I'm not even gonna let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done.
She talks about tough love and harsh punishment.
No, it's abuse.
I think Scott Peterson murdered his wife and his child. Prove me wrong.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Does your church protect sexual predators?
How do you top the most watched
Jeez.
season yet?
Fabulous.
It's a bit erotic, a bit exotic.
I have no idea.
Impact by Nightline. The all-new season premieres this September, only on Hulu.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different. If you the Brat Pack may not exist.
Okay, I don't want to fucking be watching this shit.
What a disaster.
Why
You know what? Let me mute this because I don't want to hear that shit.
And I'm not going to say
Come on, get back to. Oh, I think they're doing closing statements. Oh, shit. Oh, great. Now I'm getting text messages from, Anyways. Yeah. The drinking game is, Oh, shit. Here we go.
Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together. That is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor,
You mean one client,
I never asked
Montel Williams?
a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay?
No, you don't.
And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in
Yeah,
a
we
third
shouldn't even
world
be
war, and it'll
in
be
that
a
shit.
war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
Dude, he went full nuclear
Thank
right
you.
there,
And
dude.
that is our ABC News presidential
Damn.
debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
And we are here live on ABC with our
Wow, no
host
handshake,
debate
no,
comments. I'm Martha Raddatz. It was a lively debate from the economy to abortion to Afghanistan. They had it all, and it was historic. John Carl.
No, it wasn't.
fiery.
That shit was weak.
Wow. Wow. That was quite a debate. And I'm
So
Jonathan
was
Paul
it.
here with, of course, Mary Bruce and Rachel Scott. Our reporters across the news division have been updating our live blog, looking at some of the allegations made back and forth, doing fact checks. You can find all of that on abcnews.com. But I would like to replay
What the hell are they talking
at the
about?
very start of this debate, because it was quite a moment.
It was nice to see him that shake hands and actually introduce each other.
Have a good debate. Thank you.
I mean, quite a moment, first of all, because we hadn't seen a handshake. We hadn't seen a handshake in a long time.
She initiated that one.
And
Yeah, she
not-
did.
I mean, not only did she initiate
Okay, never mind.
She walked over to him and sought him out, put hands out, and also made the first words.
And probably had a plan if he hadn't put his hand out either.
Interesting. So more at the bottom line, what did you think?
I think clearly what Kamala Harris wanted to do was be the candidate
No,
of hope,
the
candidate of the future.
all they're gonna do
Donald
is
Trump
kiss her
seemed
ass.
Angry within 4 minutes. I think we saw him going from very serious at the beginning, never really seemed to look at her, to just angry. I mean, really yelling at some points, trying to make his points. I don't think we heard a lot of policy and plans on either side of
What
that.
the fuck?
Despite those questions over and over again. But what you had was that optic. You had Kamala Harris looking over, baiting him again and again and again. The microphones were muted when they weren't speaking, but many times she didn't need a microphone.
Oh, they are
We
straight
watched Donald
kissing
Trump
her
get
ass.
mad, and scowl through things. And, you know, John, we were all talking leading up to this about how this would go, what Donald Trump you would see. I think he had a plan for talking about what he saw as a next term.
He didn't plan
But then
anything.
He was talking about
He told everybody that he
rumors
wasn't
about
even.
people eating their
He wasn't even.
pets. So it really devolved into that.
What's it called? He wasn't even prepping for the debate. He said he was just going to go into
Why
it.
She changed her policy views on so many things. Part of the reason is Donald Trump really was not effective in bringing the debate to her. I agree with you. I think that he looked not just angry, but also rattled. And in contrast, Harris, who again, much of the world doesn't know, Harris looked like she belonged on the stage, looked like she is somebody that could serve as president.
And that is certainly
What
how
the
the campaign is
oh
feeling
my
today. I
God.
can tell you, the Harris
That is
campaign feels
bullshit.
Very good. They feel they had a very strong night. That she wasn't.
Yeah, they may feel pretty good, but
she was able, they feel, to hold Donald
that was
Trump
some
accountable
bullshit
for his
right
actions.
there.
And of course, that was their goal going into this, that she would be able to put Donald Trump's record under a microscope. And they feel that the strongest example of that was that exchange on abortion, where she was able really to blame Donald Trump directly to his face. I mean, she said, what you are putting women through is unconscionable. Yes, she goaded him. She flat out trolled him. many times, got him off message, but she also talked directly to voters, even inviting them to a Trump rally.
Dude, I must have been
Underscore
watching
that
something
central argument
completely
of her campaign.
different because
She says he's only out for himself.
What
She
the
argues she's out for the American people.
what the shit is she talking
The
about?
Trump campaign is going to be seizing on the fact that Vice President Kamala Harris did not do a great job today really explaining her policy shifts, right? And
'Cause she
that is
didn't
what
have
they
any
have been seizing
policies.
on. They're really trying to define her for voters, and voters have a lot of questions about her policy positions. At the same time, though, almost every single thing that Vice President Kamala Harris said tonight got under Trump's skin. And that is exactly what his allies and his advisors
I
did not
doubt
want
it.
to see. I could tell you, I do not think that part of Donald Trump's debate prep was people eating dogs in Springfield or comparing rally sizes. They wanted him to stay focused on the issues, especially the ones that he has an edge on Harris, economy and immigration.
I mean,
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. This debate is not gonna affect anything.
Martha, you have?
I have with us right now Governor Tim Walz, of course, the Democratic
Oh,
vice
fuckface.
presidential candidate.
Look at this
Welcome,
prick.
Governor Walz. How are you feeling? What's your reaction to the debate tonight?
Oh, you just drank a bunch of horse semen. Oh wait, what?
I'm feeling great because what I knew, and I think so many knew, and now many Americans know, is you saw a president for all America in Kamala Harris. You saw the confidence, you saw the vision, you saw the poise, and you saw the compassion for people. Understanding she spoke about an economy that moves us forward, moves.
God, this guy's so much full of
everybody be a part
shit.
of it. And she continued to lay that out, whether it's reproductive freedom or how we start small businesses or making home ownership easier. And on the other side, you
Yeah.
saw a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump, angry, unhinged, and as you've been discussing, talking about
He
things that
wasn't
are deeply
unhinged.
concerning because they make no impact on the American public. He shouldn't be anywhere near the White House. And I have to tell you, if it weren't so dangerous,
And you're
it
sitting
reminds you
behind a
of the
green
old
screen.
man yelling at the clouds. That
Or
was his
in
thing,
front of a
"Get off
green
my
screen.
yard." I contrast that with the place Harris laying out I think
Gosh damn.
the whole country can see what happened tonight. We'll keep pushing forward. That's the way that the country wants to see our politics be. She laid it out clearly.
No, she
Donald
didn't.
Trump brought nothing tonight. Anger.
He didn't have to.
Governor Walz, I do want to ask you, she did not answer questions on abortion restrictions. She never really answered that question. Can you clear that up, where the Harris-Walz ticket stands on that?
Certainly, you couldn't get any different than this. The reinstitution of Roe versus Wade, what was the law of the land for 52 years. You saw this in there, and him pushing back to the states, she's exactly right. It's people like Amanda in Texas, which everybody saw on the stage in Chicago, nearly bleeding out, having sepsis twice because she can't get the care. She's been absolutely clear on this. Everything Donald
I
Trump said
don't
is
get
untrue.
what the
clarity
fuck.
of
What
this
is he
is
talking
Roe.
about?
When you have Roe, you have the protections in place where women make their own decisions with their health care providers, not Donald Trump.
Okay, thanks so very much for joining us, Governor Walz. John?
I'm completely. I don't even know.
Senator J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's running mate, joining
Hell
us
yeah,
now.
J.D.
Senator Vance, thank you for
Vance.
joining us.
Thanks, Sean. I appreciate it.
So I want to get to one part in the debate where you came up. Donald Trump was asked if he would veto a national abortion ban. He didn't answer the question, suggested, I guess, that he wouldn't. And then it was pointed out that you, in fact, said not that long ago that he would veto a national abortion ban. Can you?
He's leaving it up to
explain
the
the
states.
mix-up here?
Well, I think the president's been very clear that he doesn't want a national abortion ban. I think in some
Yeah.
ways he finds the question a little bit ridiculous because why are we asking him about legislation that's never going to actually happen and why he would veto it or not veto it when he says very explicitly that he doesn't support a national abortion ban and he wants these policies to be made by the states. But I think there's a deeper
Thank
and more
you.
important issue here in
Thank
this debate,
you.
which is that you had Kamala Harris effectively echoing platitude after platitude after platitude. The American people can't pay their grocery bills on platitudes. They can't put their kids in a house on platitudes. And Kamala Harris had a lot to say, but very little actual substance behind it for how she's going to lower grocery prices, secure the border, and make housing more affordable in this country. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She can't run on a record, and she apparently can't run on much of her plans either because it's just a lot of slogans and not a whole lot of substance.
But Senator Vance, why won't he just say that he would veto the national abortion ban? And by the way, had you spoken to him about it before you were put in a position to answer that question?
No, I hadn't spoken to him about it because, again, Donald Trump thinks the question is absurd because he doesn't support a national abortion ban, and he's been explicit about it. And, John, I think that it's so preposterous for the media to focus so much on an issue where Donald Trump has been crystal clear and not on the fact that people can't afford groceries and housing because of Kamala Harris's policies. This election is actually quite simple, and Kamala Harris and apparently the media would like to distract Americans on issues, by the way, that Donald Trump's been crystal clear about, but they're not talking nearly enough. This debate didn't talk nearly enough about the fact that Americans are struggling because they can't afford groceries, they can't afford housing, and a lot of their kids are dying of fentanyl overdoses because Kamala Harris has let the Mexican drug cartels take over the southern border. This is a disgrace what's going on in our country, John, and we could do so much better if we just had better leadership. We've got the best workers, the most beautiful country, the best natural resources, but Kamala Harris's leadership is squandering the great benefits of this country. It's why we've got to get back to Donald Trump's leadership.
Senator, by the way, I asked because he hadn't been crystal clear.
Dude, this guy's a fucking ass clown, dude.
That's why I was seeking clarification. But let me ask you about this for just very quickly. I heard Donald Trump before this debate describe Kamala Harris as, I'll just read a few of them, a low IQ individual, somebody who doesn't have the mental
Oh my
capacity
God.
to be president, really
Fuck
dumb,
this guy.
unable to put two sentences together. Is that what you saw on the stage tonight?
John, what I saw was a lot of slogans. I think the American people are smart, and Kamala Harris talks to them like they're children. She repeats these ridiculous platitudes where if you actually think about what she said, you realize that it doesn't make any sense. She talks a lot about her plans, but then her plans, when you analyze the substance, don't make any sense. And more importantly, John, the American people don't get fed on plans. She has been the vice president for 3.5 years. What she can't do, refuses to do, and has no ability to do is to say, I accomplished lower prices because she didn't, or I accomplished lower housing prices because she didn't. Or
Oh,
I
that dude's not even listening. He's got his mic on and shit.
She failed as vice president, and the fundamental question is, do we want to give her a promotion? I think the answer has to be no, John.
All right, Senator Vance, thank you for joining us, man.
Yeah, fuck that guy, dude. Not Vance, that dude with his fucking blue glasses and shit. Gosh damn.
Season finale is upon us.
Yeah.
Food in my fridge.
It's not dog food. It's fresh pet.
Yeah, I'm not gonna give him commercials. Oh. Oh shit, they went to a commercial? What the fuck? Oh, I turned the thing off because I was gonna give them commercial bullshit. Oh, well, that was fucking bullshit. It's still early. Should I start playing video games? I think so. I kind of want to see what else they got to say with the crap, but ABC is like pissing me off, dude. They got some stupid ass anchor journal, whatever the fuck you want to call them. It's just being stupid. All right, let's see. They're probably going to go. Nope. They're still playing ads. Oh, fuck. I ain't gonna lie, that debate was pretty dumb. They didn't talk about much of anything. Okay. Oh, shit. Well, here we go. This
In
fucking
Philadelphia,
dipshit's on.
and with Chris Christie. So, Governor Christie.
Oh,
you
Chris
heard this
Crispy.
debate. Remarkable debate. Bottom line, what do you
This
think?
fat fuck right here.
She was exquisitely well prepared. She laid traps, and he chased every rabbit down every hole instead of talking about the things that he should have been talking about.
What
This
the
is
hell is
difference
he
between
talking
someone
about?
Who's well prepared and someone who's unprepared. Whoever did debate prep for Donald Trump should be fired. He was not good tonight at all. And what Harris did was what she had to do, which was to prove that she belonged on that stage. She has a voice that wants to try to unite the country. And Donald Trump spent more time talking about people eating pets.
What the?
People, at
Dude,
his
who's
rallies,
watching
where
this
they're getting
shit?
more or
Really?
less than he did about
This
the
fat
economy.
piece of shit?
And that is a huge fail
Fuck
tonight.
you.
I think what we're going to see is that Kamala Harris is now being seen by a lot of voters as
No,
a
they're
potential
not.
president. That's what she needed to accomplish tonight. Trump better get to work or he's going to lose this election.
Characteristically blunt assessment from Governor Chris Christie. Thank you, Governor. Mary?
All right, let's go to former DNC Chair Donna Brazile. So, Donna, you have certainly studied many a debate in your
Oh my
career.
God,
How does
really?
this one compare?
I think it was one of the best debate performances I've ever seen in my life. And
Yeah,
I've seen a
everybody
lot,
loves
and I've helped a lot
Kamala,
of people prepare for
whatever the
these,
fuck her name
big
is.
moments. She met the moment. She seized the opportunity to tell the American people
What
what,
the
she
fuck?
would do during her 4 years. She commanded the issues, and she did not allow the former president to bait her. Instead, she led the way forward. She turned the page, and I think this race is about to get even more interesting now.
I
We will
claim
see if it
bullshit.
moves the needle, Donna. Thank you.
All right, over to the other side now. Former RNC Chair Reince Priebus. All right, Reince, the Harris campaign says they want another debate. If you were advising the Trump campaign, would you tell them to do it?
Yep.
Sure, I would tell him to do it. And the reason is like I said before, Donald Trump's numbers just don't move. I mean, the reality tonight, I know Donna's excited, but the truth is Kamala Harris didn't address the most important thing that the American people care about, which is the economy and the cost of living. She had no answers on immigration. She had no answers when she was asked
She
about
didn't answer
defunding
shit.
the police. She had nothing to say about the families that were lost in Afghanistan, which was a true layup. She should have been fact-checked a lot more on some of the things she said in regard to this comment about a bloodbath, which was about the auto industry. So look,
Yep.
I think a lot of things were not said tonight that she needed to say in order to move the numbers. And I don't think Donald Trump's numbers move at all. They haven't moved at all for months.
Reince Priebus, Donna Brazile, both thank you for your time.
All right. Well, I got to say, again, what a incredible debate. Consequential debate, no doubt. I don't know how
This
many
guy
votes
fucking
will
sucks,
actually be
dude.
moved. I don't know how
He's
many
such a fucking
persuadable
idiot.
voters are actually out there. But Kamala Harris had a chance here to introduce herself to the country, to people who know who she is but don't know where she stands. Now, you could debate how much she did in terms of the specifics of where she stands, but she stood up there, and I think it was very significant to hear Chris Christie say that she acted like she seemed like she belonged.
Exactly, and
Yeah,
Chris was clearly
yeah,
impressed with
yeah.
that. But to your point, John,
Take what Chris
matters
Christie.
is what the voters think.
Oh my God.
Kamala Harris was hurling things against Donald Trump, and he's been convicted in January.
A full
6th,
panel
and
right there full of
everything
people
else
that
she
don't
has
like
thrown
Donald
at
Trump.
him But in the end, right now, he is tied with Kamala Harris. Does this change anything? We've all seen debates where people are very proud of what they did. Hillary Clinton thought she won that debate, many debates in 2016, and she didn't win. So you have to be very careful, and it's very important to see what the voters think.
And look, the Harris campaign certainly thinks that they were, they put him on the defensive. They are going to keep getting out and making this message. She's going to be out there in those critical battlegrounds again later this week. They're so optimistic. They want that second debate. As Rachel said, the message from the campaign tonight, Vice President Harris is ready for
I hope they do a second debate.
One in October. They say, is Donald Trump, ? One last goading of him to end the night.
Wow, that is something else. I did not predict that at the beginning. Rachel.
Bottom line, voters
I fucking
out there
hate
want
that dude.
change. That's what the polls say. And both of these candidates really trying to present themselves as the agent of change. We will have to see in the polls who did the most effective job of doing that tonight.
We will see. All right, that is it for us here in Philadelphia. A night to remember for sure. Our race for the White House post-debate coverage continues on ABC News Live, Disney+, Hulu, and anywhere else you stream live news. And your local news.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. Dude with glasses. All right, well, it's still early. I think I'm going to play some video games.
And thank you so much for joining us on this special edition of ABC News Live, the race for the White House. I'm Wade
shut
Johnson.
up.
We are live from the spin room here in Philadelphia. You can see all the people gathering and the spin that's going on behind me after that historic face-off between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yep, I am going to get out of that. Let's switch over to... Is it this one? Yep. Switch over to that. Switch over to Evil Within. Yep. Actually, let's start this over. Let me change all my fucking multi-things. I've been drinking. I'm drunk. Oh, shit. I know it's going to want me to push buttons, so I'm just going to fucking label this as yeah. You know what? Should I get out of this and just bullshit with her? You know what? I'm just gonna put drunk talk. I'm not gonna play any video games. I'm gonna switch over to I'm gonna switch all my shit. Oh, crap. Alright. Oh, let me 2 seconds. I gotta open up fucking YouTube. I'm gonna... Damn it. Hold on. Okay. Well, you know what? I am not going to play this. I'll go ahead and just turn that off. Go to my hanging out screen. And, yeah. Whew. That was, well, that debate was kind of interesting. It was good and bad and all the above. I'm just going through all my stuff real quick, making sure everything's on the up and up. This format is kind of a little bit different for me, so I'm not used to big screen. Yeah. People left. You know what? I will be right back in a minute. Yeah, I'll be right back. All right. So, anyways, I think I'm still alive. So tonight was pretty interesting. It was a little bit different for me because normally I like to play games and just kind of stream, have my image ducked down in the corner, and that's normally how I like to do it. But yeah, for some reason I was really nervous about tonight. It wasn't the turnout I wanted, but wasn't too bad. So Yeah, just kind of different, you know. I always expect I don't know. I have no idea. I try. That's what I do. I'm just gonna say here. It's only 8:15 my time. I'm gonna hang out. You guys got any questions? You guys want to call me an asshole? Call me a dipshit? Whatever. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my stuff figured out. I know doing the stream. I drink a lot. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah. So, yeah, it's good though. It's all about having fun and hanging out with people. You know, just trying to reach out. I need to buy a new hat. But it's the way it is, and yeah, like I said way earlier on, I don't know if you guys were here during that stream. These glasses are blue blockers. They are not prescription. For some reason, my eye on this side was like super bloodshot, and kind of cleared up. I think so. Still looks a little red. But, where's my fucking remote? I'll throw some TV on while I bullshit with you guys. Keep the volume down. It's kind of what I did the last time I had a debate stream. Was just kind of shoot the shit for a while, and then just call it a night. It was fun while it lasted. Oh. Let me, dude, I'm not gonna lie. That debate was kind of boring. I was hoping it was gonna be a little bit better. I wanted to do a little bit. Well, I mean, I kind of did. I made myself drink. That was about it. You know, just hanging out and shit. So, I want to do kind of more of that without getting like too crazy. Like, I want to mix it up, you know, because obviously coming home after work, relaxing, turning on my Xbox, because that's what I play is Xbox, and then like streaming for a while. Yeah, it just gets repetitive. I like hanging out, talking with you guys. Which I think Friday, what I want to do, and it might be, I don't know, because it's I'm gonna probably end up doing it through my phone. A live Kino stream. So I'm thinking I might just stick with Kick on that one. But yeah, today's Tuesday, so we still got a long ways to go. Yeah, so I'll kind of figure that one out and then go from there, because honestly, I'm getting a lot. Yeah. So, yeah, we're drinking. I can put this big mug away. And I'm going straight to the cave. What the? Oh. Yeah, that's weird. Huh. Oh, there we go. Oop. Oh, shit. Um, Okay, I don't even know. Trying to figure out what's going on right now. Ugh. Oh, shit. Damn, all those beers I threw in there, this is the last one? Okay. All right. So, anyways, there I was. Yeah, it was pretty funny. My cousin called me up, and he was like, "Hey, man, I watched your debate stream, and I'm drunk right now. I'm laying in bed." It's like, dude, I'm drunk right now. It's only not even 8:30 yet. Like, I'm drinking, hanging out, doing all this shit. I'm. Although I am falling in my chair, or sinking. I better drink some more. I'm gonna put this over that thing. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Well, I hate doing this. Trying to think of shit to talk about. It's funny. I can hang out with nothing going on. I can think of 1,000 different things. As soon as I push go live, it's like I can't think of shit. I'm drawing a blank. The hell am I supposed to do? I'm gonna oh, I look like a fucking idiot like this. Really? Oh my god, hold on. Hold on. Dude, oh my god, that doesn't work. I just look like Alright, so, yeah, I know what I'm doing this week. I'm going to go buy me a new hat, because I'm not going to sport one streaming brand over another. Because I ain't going to lie. I used to be a... Nope, not even going to say it. Ah, screw it. You know what? I like Kick. Kick is, Kick is more small streamer recognizable over the other platforms. So that's the way I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go because I stream to Kick, YouTube, and Twitch, and I might be affiliate with Twitch. I'm not affiliate yet with Kick, but Kick does have more small stream recognition. So big shout out to all the people watching on Kick. It's for you guys. Yeah. If you guys caught the stream earlier where I was watching the debates, I tried. It's crazy because I've only been streaming for less than 2 years, and you know, I go to work. I try to think of stuff to come up with. Get home, end up making dinner, relaxing for a little bit, jump online, and it's like, shit, I feel like I wasted the whole damn day. You know, I want to hang out. And have fun. That's all I want to do. I know some people like walk around and stuff. I can't do it. Well, actually, I take that back. I can do a walk around stream. Because I bought a cooler for my phone, and my voice kind of cracked. I just kind of noticed that. I bought a cooler for my phone, so I can kind of walk around. And it's got a pass-through where it actually charges. So that's cool. But I've got enough cords to charge that. But I do want to do a live Kino stream. I want to do a Clio Kino, where I do drink 'em bonuses, or bonus drink. And I might do that Friday. I'm thinking Friday, because I like to go to the bar on Friday. Yeah. So I'm trying stuff different. I'm trying to get out of my comfort zone. You know, I do like playing video games. I got my Xbox, and I do like generally talking. It's just hard because I talk, but I don't got people responding back. So, and I am open for suggestions. And I have been drinking. Because, yeah, if you watch the debate, you would be drinking too, because that shit was awful. Fucking Kamala had like pre-programmed stuff bullshit she was talking about, and Trump was like, the border, which, yeah, the border's bad, but there's so much other shit. And yeah, so that is what is happening. My eye looks better though. I don't remember which eye it was. Yeah, freaking all today I was like stressed out, like got into work, started doing my welding and stuff, and like I'm like, oh dude, I'm streaming tonight. I got the debate stream. I gotta make sure this is right. I gotta make sure that's right. I got this already reset or set, prepped. All I gotta do is like work my shift, go home. Oh, I bought food. What was I saying? That's the, oh gosh damn. One of the things that like stresses me out about streaming, I ain't gonna lie, is like I kind of watch like the viewer count, and I shouldn't even care. I should say, fuck it. You know what? If I've got 1,000 viewers, cool. If I got one viewer, whatever. But I've got windows open and I see, 2 people on here, 3 people on here, 4 people on here, and then I see it dropping. I'm like, you know what? Fuck. What did I do? So it's crazy. Like I try to maintain that balance. It's like, don't leave. I don't want you to go. So I do try to, I try to make it interesting. Yes, I do have a stutter. A real stutter. Not the fucking Biden bullshit. I have a stutter and I'm dyslexic, which kind of works out because I can read shit upside down and play shit backwards, which is kind of cool. To me, that's cool. I fucks with that shit. But yeah, no, I'm a small streamer, so every view that I get, I fucking love, dude. And when people like show up for a little bit and then they bounce, it's like, what I do. I can do better. Trust me, I can do better. And it happened again, motherfucker. Oh, but anyways. No, so today, because I had this whole debate stream like planned out. Show up to work, fucking stoked. Then I started stressing myself out. I'm like, you know what? What's gonna happen? Am I gonna get a bunch of people in? Am I not gonna get a bunch of people in? I'm gonna get a bunch of people that fucking hate me, talk shit. Because I ain't gonna lie, like, I'm not saying vote for a certain way, like, the choice is yours. That's the way the world works. Like, you're your own person, you do your own shit. Like, to me, I'm more right-leaning. I'm not gonna say, like, conservative, Republican, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Because all that shit... What the hell is this? Oh. What the hell? Oh. I just got a notification that somebody went live. I'm live right now. What the? Come on, Kick. Anyways, so I I lean to the right, which if you lean to the left, cool, whatever. I don't care. Where's I going? Oh, so the debate stream tonight. Get up, go to work, start thinking about it. Like, do I got everything said? Do I got everything prepped? You know, I started freaking out about it. It's like, dude, what am I gonna do? It's different because I come home, I turn on the video game, start playing, start drinking. You know, I got my routine set. No big deal. Then I'm like, fuck. You know, this could be a big deal. Like, no matter what you do, could be a turnaround. It could be a game changer. You could have that one moment, one single moment that fucking just splits your, you know, turns everything around. You know? And I'm like, tonight might be my night. You know, I something different. Everybody wants to hang out. We'll drink. I like to drink. Hence the reason why I did a drinking. Well, and the reason why I kind of drink, it's weird because I don't like drinking at home. And since I've streamed, I drink at home a lot. Only when I stream, though. But you know, just yeah, I think I kind of stressed myself out today. I'm not gonna lie. I got nervous. You know, I multi-stream. I stream to Kick, Twitch, YouTube. YouTube, I don't really give two shits about YouTube. I didn't want to stream to YouTube. I'll still stream to YouTube just because it's free. I wanted to stream to Rumble, but they wanted me to pay, and I'm not going to pay. I'm cheap. I ain't going to lie. I'm fucking cheap. So, yeah, so I went with the 3 option because OBS allows 3 different streaming, and I don't have a powerful PC. I don't even run off PC. I run off a Microsoft Surface Pro 9 that came out 2 years ago, and I've got 2 coolers and a fan blowing on it. It's got a i7, but like the graphics card shit. So I'm looking at buying a external graphics card with a what is it? Paris to New York PNY 4070 Ti Super, which fucking pisses me off because about a month ago it was like $40 cheaper and they decided to fucking jack that shit up. Thanks, PNY. Because first I was watching on Amazon and Best Buy, and fucking Best Buy decided to jack it up to $829, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And Amazon still had it for $809, and I was like, "Okay, what the fuck's going on?" Then all of a sudden it went to $839. Now both Amazon and Best Buy have it for $839. And I guess you can finance that shit. I don't know how that works. I'm already in debt on my credit cards for like 25 grand. But it's funny because I looked it up, and Best Buy, if you finance it, like right now it's like $70 for 12 months, which comes out to like $9.40, which is $1 more. But if you finance it through Amazon, it's fucking like $1,200 for an $800, well, an $800 and $850 graphics card. You're paying $1,200. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? That's a bullshit. So if you ever decide to finance through Amazon, like, do the math. Just calculate it. It's like those dudes that do the like the Rent-A-Center or Aherns, which I don't even know if those places are still in business. They'll buy like couches, TVs. They'll pay like 4 times what the shit's actually worth. It's nuts. Oh. So, anyways, getting back to what I was saying. I gotta check my phone real quick. Ugh. So yeah, tonight was interesting. Tonight was good because it's actually kind of an eye opener. Gets, like I said, gets me out of my comfort zone. Because normally I like to sit behind my TV, which that's what I'm doing now because I got my fucking couch behind me. That's what this shit is. I get to talk with everybody, hang out, do all that stuff. Yeah, I don't know why I was freaking out about tonight. I drank my last beer, didn't I? Son of a bitch. I might have to go. I did. I gotta go grab more beer. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab. I don't even know how many I drank. I'm gonna go grab a couple more. It's so early. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. I'll be right back. All right. Well, shit. Let me turn that off. Okie dokie. All right. Let's go ahead and crack this bad boy open. We'll start drinking, talking some shit. Yo, what's up? Oh. Oh, I am drinking. Ended up watching the debate stream tonight, and did a drinking game, and yeah. I think this is 12. And I started at 6. Yeah, it was pretty fun. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, normally if I... Oh, shit. Yeah, normally I try to pace myself throughout the night, but... Oh. Well, congrats. I'll drink to that. No, that's good that you're keeping yourself sober. You know, so, oh, thank you. Yeah, the temptation's always there, but if you stay true to yourself, you'll conquer through it. I know. Oh, me? No. No, I'm not trying to quit. I actually, it's weird because when I started streaming, like, I kind of started drinking more. I was talking about this earlier. I try to drink to relax a little bit, but I used to like only drink on Fridays. Fridays was my night to go out and like have fun, have a few drinks, Uber home, But when I started streaming, I kind of got like, was like, oh, I'll play video games and like I'll drink and relax and stuff like that. So, yeah, the repetition of trying to relax and go through everything, like, it's like, oh, okay, turn this on, grab a beer. So yeah, there's always that mindset, like, this is what I got to do. Yeah, true. Yeah. So, you know, oh, damn. I'm sorry to hear that, man. No, I will. I I try to be careful. Like, I try to, like, pace myself, like, set myself up with stuff. But like, as far as my, like, track record as, like, showing up to work, the place I'm at now, I've been employed for 8 years and I've only called out twice. So oh shit. Yeah, I'll drink hard alcohol. I'm a whiskey fan. But I only do that on the weekends. I won't do it during the weekdays. Whiskey, scotch. Not much of a bourbon fan. How much to quit? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, to, like, quit drinking? Or I'm not sure. Like, tonight or, like, forever? So if I was to stop drinking forever, ooh, that would actually, that is a tough question. Like if I was to stop drinking for a week, for the amount of, I don't know. I don't know if I can actually fulfill with, like, that promise or that donation. 20K would be a lot. I would probably say no with 20K. Like 20K would probably get me like a year or two. Because I'd have to find, well, I don't want to put it like that. Like that would be kind of offish. Like I don't want to be like, oh yeah, no, 20K would like put me off like drinking, but I'd do something else. Like I don't do anything else, so you had me going there. No, no, it's like what would make me stop drinking for life? It'd be hard. It would have to be probably enough to like make me like not have to work, not have to like just enjoy life without no worries. And I don't want to sound like an ass or anything, but it would probably have to be probably a couple mil. Because if you figure, because I'm old as fuck, dude. I just turned, I don't want to really give my age, but I just turned 40 back in January. So I've got, what, maybe 30 to 40 years left. If you balance that out, like, if you were to throw everything out there, it would be maybe between 6 to 10 mil. Oh. Oh, shit. Well, if that's the case, oh shit. Well, I try not to drink that much. I mean, I do like to drink, but like I'm drinking Keystone, which isn't full octane. It's still up there, but it's like $10 a 15 pack. But if you're not drinking and you're staying sober, you keep on that path. And I almost drank that beer backwards. Hey, thanks, Daryl. I appreciate it, man. You have a good night, dude. Get some sleep, and we'll see you next time. And I better see you sooner than 5 years. No. Stop by and say hi. Yeah, maybe sooner. Come on, man. At least say hi every once in a while. There you go. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. You better. I don't want to hear you slipping. Hey, you have a good night too. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh. That's nice. I gotta give a big shout out to Daryl. 3 years sober. I'm drunk. I'm a bad influence. But somebody getting their shit together. It's good. It's good. Ugh. So how's everybody else doing tonight? Hopefully good. This is kind of a different stream for me. I don't really do like interaction streams. So I did talked with the debate stream, and now I'm just drinking and hanging out with you guys. So I'm trying to rechat, like interact with you guys. Unfortunately, because I stream on Twitch, obviously the hat fucking sucks. Which is stupid because I don't even know why I'm an affiliate on Twitch, but yet I can't broadcast the stream or the chat on stream, or else I get fucking in trouble, which is stupid because I go through, what is it? No, what the fuck is it called? I don't know. Botrix. I got Botrix, which links fucking Twitch, Kick, which Kick's fucking awesome. I don't know how many times I can say it. Kick, if you're watching, you rock, bro. And YouTube, which I don't even care about YouTube. Like, honestly, like, because I try to stream through Rumble, but they wanted me to pay, and I'm not paying for fucking to stream on Rumble. But I want to hang out with you guys. Whoever wants to hang out, I'm fucking down to hang out, dude. You know, we party. That's what we do. No, Kick is like has been the most reliable fucking streaming platform for small streamers ever. Like, I go through and I watch. I've got one on YouTube, which is probably me. I've got one on Twitch, which is probably me. And I've got two on Rumble. Fuck. Two on Kick. So whoever's watching, thank you. I appreciate it. You're fucking awesome. I will drink to you. Now I got three. I got three on Kick. Fuck yeah. Oh. That's another one down. Oh, fuck me, right? I think I'm going to go pee, and I'm going to come back, and I'm going to drink more beer. Because, oh, fuck, it's 9 o'clock already? God damn it. Come on. All right, I'll be right back. Dude, why is it whenever you, like, go to the restroom and wash your hands, like, they always feel wet, like, still after you're done? That sucks. All right. Oh, shit. I better open a new beer. Oh, really? Ugh. So it's 9 o'clock. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna hang out for about another hour. Do that. So if I'm doing good, bad, or whatever, just let me know. Just be like, hey, you suck, bro. Or hey, you're doing good. Or hey, drink up half pint. Or something. You know what? I am kind of interested. keep seeing everybody put this fucking... Oh. Never mind. I was going to say, I keep seeing this trend of everybody putting their kick post on the front page, but I'm not big. I'm not big. Yeah, I'm clicking that off. Anyways. Hi. How's it going? I know I'm all over the place. Like I said, I've been drinking. I did a fucking live stream with the debates and a drinking stream, and I drank a lot, and I think I'm on my 13th beer. And I just want to hang out with you guys. And blah, blah, blah. And that's about it. I know I had a good conversation with Dylon? Which actually, I should check out his profile, because he seemed like he was kind of in a dark place. Which is not good. I never want to see anybody, like, in a bad place. Because, honestly, shit's not... It's serious, but not that serious. Oh, he's been... Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, he's got a bunch of followers. Huh. Well, that's not good. What am I doing? I don't want to close anything out. The fuck is that? I got... Oh. Oh, that's my YouTube chat. Fuck them. I don't care. So anyways, like I said, Kick is awesome. Twitch is okay. YouTube, I could really give two fucks about. Because I didn't... Oh, shit! Fuck yeah! Thank you! You're awesome. So, anyways, like I was saying, so I reached the affiliate status of Twitch, which is whatever. But yeah, I do like Kick, and I kind of want to make Kick more me, if that makes sense. So, hopefully, pretty soon. Oh, I don't know. I've been drinking. I'm trying, like, I don't. Same, but difference. I'm just trying to ramble to, like, kind of create chat. That's basically what I'm trying to do. Because normally I'm, like, playing games and, like, commentating on stuff. I don't really do, like, live chats, throwing stuff out there. So I'm just rambling on, throwing shit out there. That's what I'm doing. I don't, because I don't have a strong PC. I actually run off a Surface Pro 9, which is basically a tablet. But I'm in the process of saving my money to buy a external graphics card plus graphics card. I just gotta, like, save up like $1,400. So I'm trying. Should I do reactions though? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh. Okay. I don't know. I see everybody doing stuff and it's like, yeah, they got their own thing, and it's like, I don't know. But if you say I should do reactions, I should do reactions. Is there a specific topic I should do, or I'm open to suggestions. I've been drinking, so I slur and dyslexic and a little retarded. I think they're gone. Okay. Shit. Oh. I'm not sure about that one, but oh, I do like Electric Callboy. And Cannibal Corpse. Okay, I will add that to my list to check out. I'm not gonna get a copyright or no shit like that, am I? I don't know how like Kick works as far as like copyright bullshit. I know YouTube fucking hit me with some bullshit fucking a month ago. Oh, cool. I will check them out. Hold on, let me add them to my shit to check out. Okay. All right, I'm gonna have to check them out. I will do a reaction video to that. Oh. Is it on like YouTube or? Here, I'll just try to look it up. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Dude. They fucking go hard, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, that's just pretty legit. Huh. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. of my thoughts, and that's what I'm telling you. It's pretty legit. Oh, there we go. There's the new stuff. What the hell? No, I like them. I'm gonna have to add them to my playlist. I'll fucking rock out at work. It's funny because I technically listen to everything from like heavy metal to metal, deathcore, nightcore. I play shit like that when people walk into my shop, because I work by myself. I got my own like little shop. I listen to shit like when they walk in, they're like, I don't want to be in here. And that's the stuff I like. Not no fucking pop rock, fucking radio shit. Yeah, trust me, I'm pretty isolated. So if it kind of keeps people away, yeah, I'm all good with that. Hey, who doesn't love Christmas? Christmas and Halloween. And the most dangerous season of the year, 4th of July. Fucking, I know I've had my battle wounds for fucking 4th of July. Goddamn fireworks. Ugh. God, when was that? It was a couple years back. We were out at the Dry Lake Bed because I'm in Vegas, so we got safe and sane, blah, blah, blah. So we go out to the Dry Lake Bed. We go out to fucking outside the county by the good shit and go out to the Dry Lake Bed and shoot that shit off. Yeah, somebody bought Roman candles. That wasn't Roman candles. They were basically mortars within Roman candles. And the shit bounced off the ground, hit me in the side, stuck, and when I went to swat it away, it fucking blew up. I flipped my shit. I was so pissed. Well, I've been drinking too, so it took, let's see, it was my dad, my brother, and I think one of my friends to hold me back because I had like drunk, like retard strength, and fucking, I was like, who the fuck did that shit? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like really, really pissed. And, yeah. 4th of July. Yeah. Good times. But nope, I have them saved in my phone, and I will be rocking that shit out. All right, that one's done. Time for 14. Oh. Oh, shit. Nope. That's 15. Oh, shit, dude. Yep. I think a few of us been through that shit where it's like, oh, we got a little bonfire going on, and yeah, we'll just go ahead and throw all the duds and shit in the bonfire. Yeah, fuck. Yeah. A dud is not a dud until it goes off. Then you just gotta watch out, because fuck, bro. Yeah, we almost fucked up our grandpa at the time. Yeah. Beer choice. You know what? I go with I kind of go with the cheaper stuff. I'm drinking Keystone. You know, I'm normally a Coors Light fan. I call it Coors, not Coors, but Coors. But lately I've been drinking Keystone. Nice. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, for Keystone, where I'm at, for a 15 pack is $10. Can't beat that. Beer's just getting stupid ridiculous unless it's free. And it's a good party beer. Cheers, brother. No worries. I suck at reading, so I can't read worth a shit. That was one of my biggest things about streaming is like, dude, people are gonna type and I can't read worth a crap. And yeah, so far it's been good. So you're good. I'm good. We're fucking partying. Oh, I'm a welder. Well, welder. I MIG weld, which is basically like hot glue for metal. But I actually work in a hold on. I work for a chemical plant where I basically MIG weld copper, which is good and bad. But we make battery shit. But I can't get too into detail because... Yeah, it's a silver MIG weld. And I actually looked it up. It's like $90 a roll. But I work in a manganese dioxide chemical plant which produces MnO2 for batteries. And I can't get too into detail because I'm under a fucking MDA like bullshit like thing. But that's pretty much all I can say. It's stupid. I know. It's fucking garbage. But basically, the batteries you buy is like stuff I help make. I'll say that. Oh. Oh, dude, it's kind of a pain in the ass, though, because you can only, like, when it goes through its cycle, shit. All right. So you have a positive and negative, and let's say, I'm not sure which was the positive and what's the negative, but like you have a positive and negative, and they go through so many cycles, and it goes through, and it's got shit built up, and it's got to go through a wash tank, and so basically, like, that copper gets brought to me, and I gotta fix that copper and make it up and put it back in the cycle. I'll just kind of put it like that. I know it's kind of weird, but yeah, it's like I said, when I looked it up online, because I ran the numbers, it's like $90 or $96 a spool, and the silver that's in it is insane. Basically, it is like silver solder, and we had to run, which I think I can say. I don't care. I'm gonna go ahead and say it anyways. We use helium and argon to weld it. And that's what I do. And I work by myself. And I fucking love it. No shit. I got mad respect to anybody that works in the mechanical business. Mechanical, fabrication, like anything, like, because seriously, like, if the shit was like to end tomorrow, we'd fucking run this place, dude. Hell yeah. It's so crazy because me, like, personally, like, I don't get political on my stream. I try not to. But, like, literally, like, college, no, not gonna do it. Trade school, yep, that's gonna do it. Being out on the field, self-manage, that's the way to go. That is the way to go. Like, you got that shit, like, you're set. You're set. Yeah, the computer shit was cool, but you know what? They're getting to the point now where they're running out of stuff, and there's not so much stuff to back it up. Where I've seen like all these tech companies get laid off and all that stuff, like it's not even worth it, dude. Like there's no gain. Oh, true. As far as tech goes, like the AI company or the like journalism, all that journalism, like movies and stuff, like AI's taking over that shit. Like, yeah, you should have probably got into some other profession then. Like fabricating and construction, like something hands-on, like something you can actually do to benefit people is the way to go. There's no argument about that. Yep, because when everything goes into hell in a handbasket, it's going to be the people that's, knows I had to do some shit. You know, between bending, molding, fabricating, soldering, welding, all that stuff. We're going to be the ones on top. But I'm probably going to give it about another 15 minutes. No. It just takes practice. All you got to do is take your time, heat the shit out of the thing, and then tap it with the solder. You're good. Actually, I don't do it now, but I went to college. I don't know why I did the thing, but I did a no, I did a soldering class with HVAC air conditioning, where we did a soldering class, silver solder, where the main exam was you burn a hole in a piece of copper and you fill it. What was it? You got to burn a hole into it, cover it up, fill it, and solder the ends with a Schrader valve, and it's got to hold pressure underwater for like 5 minutes, and it was either pass or fail. And me being the dumbass I am, I was like, I'm going to burn the shit out of this thing. And the teacher goes, dude, you burnt the biggest fucking hole. What are you doing, dude? And I was like, I don't know. You told me to burn the fucking hole in the thing. And he was like, I don't know. Dude, I passed the class. I don't know how I did it. I'm not trying to brag. I'm not. But yeah, I passed the class. Me being the dumbass, I was like, hell yeah. Thank you, I appreciate it. It was funny though, because the class was only like $75. Yeah, it was pretty funny because that's kind of where I landed in the spot where I was at now. Because like when I first started at the company I'm at, I was considered a harvester. Yeah, they were burning like little holes and like filling in the gap and shit. Yeah, no, me being this dumbass, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna show myself off. Yeah, it worked, but it was overkill. But it was funny because, like, me kind of bragging about that kind of got me in the spot where I'm at now, which is cool. It's cool, but yeah, I deal with a lot of shit. My boss sucks. Hopefully he's not watching. Don't be watching. Which I don't think he knows my any of my channels, so that's a good thing. No, I take that back. Fuck. He actually falls. No, I think we're good. I know he follows me on Twitch, but I don't think he's ever on Twitch. So, it's a good thing. It's kind of complicated to talk about because I used to be really good friends with my boss, and I was like promoted to lead man, and then him and I had like a big falling out, and I was like, you suck. And he was like, yeah, you suck. And the guy that took over my spot in the shop kind of like, I think broke his arm, broke his leg, something like that. They're like, hey, this guy's out for a long time. Do you want to go back to your spot? And I was like, yes. And I went back to my spot, and that's where I'm at now. And if I ever get like the option to move up, I'm going to say no. So that's kind of where I'm at now. But yeah, I'm like a foot and a half taller than my boss. So he's got like a little small man, tall complex. Or tall, small man complex. Yeah. But he's one of those people that like has to be right about everything. Or if you say something like, oh, he either knows somebody or has like done something like that, and it's like, really? It's like, hey, I went hiking out in the mountains. Oh, I got a buddy that's fucking mountain climbing champion. It's like, really? Yes. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it sucks, but being in the shop where I'm at now, no problems. No issues. Well, some issues. Because I'll finish a rack of what they call cathodes. I'll finish a rack of cathodes on a Friday, or have a couple racks done so they put in their cells. Monday they'll be like, oh, we got to swap out, which takes up another rack. And it's like, really? You couldn't save one on Friday to use on a Monday. You got to use all of them up on a Friday, so Monday I get fucked. That's kind of my issue. Oh no. I think I'm out of beer. Ugh. Oh no shit. Fiber. Okay. I haven't done fiberglass, but we actually deal with fiberglass at work. The cells that we have at work are a fiberglass shell, but that's not me. I don't gotta, ugh. I don't gotta deal with that. Yeah, fiberglass sucks when you gotta either cut it or grind it down. That shit is not fun. Nice. Yeah, I'm assuming you gotta wear like a respirator and stuff too, because all the fumes and the chemicals and shit. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be sitting in my break room and like they'll go through and they'll like try to fix one of their cells that they got. And they'll bring the resin in and it's like, dude, what are you doing, bro? He's like, oh, I'm done with the thing. It's like, don't bring that shit in here. Leave it outside. And, oh, dude. Gotta love that resin. Makes your day go by so much better. Oh. Yeah, we don't deal much with paint. The only... Yeah, the only paint that we got to deal with is like handrails and stuff like that, which is like that yellow fucking school bus paint. But it was funny because the last time somebody got designated to paint, which they were like, I know what I'm doing. Fuck, dude. It was like the handrail, the back wall, the fucking little sidewalk area. It was like all yellow paint. It's like, you know what you're doing, huh? Okay. Yeah. Well, shit. All right. Oh, shit. Damn. Holy fuck, dude. I don't really know how to respond to that. Besides, that's crazy. Damn. I'm really sorry to hear that. Fuck, dude. Well, that's good. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Not gonna lie. That's not cool at all. All right. Well, I hate to do this, but it's oh. Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna cut it for tonight. It's already 10 o'clock my time. I'm in Vegas, so it's pretty much like I'm ready for sleep. So, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna play their shit tomorrow, and yeah. I'm gonna drink a bunch of water though, because fucking dude, I'm Shit's brutal. So, all right. Well, oh shit. I got respect for Texas. I've been to Austin. I went out to the RTX convention back in 2019, right before they basically shut down. But that was pretty fun. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and. All right, brother. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down tonight too. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna play Evil Within and just hang out. And yeah, we'll see you guys later.